15 minutes each. 15 minutes each.
Yeah, no. I think less than 20 will be difficult.
20. Stick to 20 because then we shorten the Q&A. 20 minutes each because we're running a little bit late.
And there was no Q&A actually in the other side.
We cut it, so we keep it short.
Some comments from you.
20 minutes. All right, I think we can get started, otherwise we would run behind schedule. So I renew my thanks to the organizers of the conference and Alfredo in particular. And let me also say that I am particularly grateful because I graduated from this university, and in addition, I was an alumnus of Ghislieri College, and I am glad to see that the college is involved in the organization of the conference. So we're talking in this panel about pending challenges concerning the CISG, sustainability and food law. And here, at the intersection, we are at the intersection between public and private law. So we have Cesar Pereira from Justin Pereira, Oliveira and Talamini, Brazil. Hiro Sono from Hokkaido University Law School, Japan, and Professor Hiro Sono and Professor André Jansen from Radboud University in the Netherlands. First, Dr. Pereira, we talk on food safety regulations and the application of international and domestic public law under the CISG. Cesar, the floor is yours.
Professor Alfredo Ferrante, for the invitation to be here. It makes a special sense to be talking about food law in Italy, which is known as a country that takes food very seriously, right? Everybody has an opinion about food here. And so it makes, it's very special to be here for that reason. And I thank Alfredo also for the opportunity to focus more on such an, I have a presentation, can you just put it up? To focus on a topic that has such enormous importance, not only in legal terms, but also in economic terms. If we look at some recent statistics from the UN Commission on Trade and Development, the global trade in foodstuff is something around 1.3 trillion US dollars. FAO talks about $2 trillion, which is a new record in terms of international foodstuff trade. So this is an extremely important topic that Alfredo has brought to our attention. My purpose in this short talk is to discuss with you some interactions between the CISG in public regulations relating to to food safety. And I will show you that most of that regulation is domestic, but there are also some international standards that can be relevant. Food safety law focuses mainly on making sure that food is safe for consumption and is in accordance with health, quality, and other standards in the country of export and also in the country of import. And that will make a difference. We will discuss how that works. It's, as I said, mostly a matter of domestic public law, and it impacts the whole supply chain in different phases. We can think about the production stage in which sanitary conditions have to be complied with. And many times there is a control over the use of certain substances and products in the production of food. There is also a very strong connection between food and culture, as you all know here in Italy. And in that connection, many times has to do with religion. It has to do with certain standards that need to be complied with for production of food in that production stage. Many times, things that are not visible in the final product, but are part of the process of production. Safety regulations also have to do many times with storage and packaging, and issues like shelf life, minimum required duration, expiration dates for foodstuffs, for them to be able to be traded. There are regulations for packaging, which are very clear. We discussed, you remember Ulrich's talk yesterday about the Gummibären. This is an example from 2022 regulation issued in Brazil by a regulatory agency, not by law, but by a regulation, which requires something that's called FOPNL, front of pack nutritional label. And that is done in very big letters so that consumers know that this specific potato chips here has a high level of saturated fats and sodium, for instance. This is the type of regulation that we see in the storage and packaging stage. And transportation is also a subject matter of food safety regulations. We can all imagine requirements for transportation of frozen goods or other specific products that will be damaged if not properly transported. But in addition to these domestic public law requirements, we can also find some, at least, international standards. The FAO and the World Health Organization put together something that's called the Codex Alimentarius. In that codex is not really a treaty that countries join. It is, in a way, it's pretty much similar to the CISG Advisory Council. It's a group of experts that prepare guidelines in several aspects of food safety, and those guidelines can be implemented by domestic legislation, or they can inspire international agreements. The SPS and the TBT are agreements under the WTO framework, and those are really international agreements that are binding on their parties. And also international standards such as ISO 22000, those are international standards that can be implemented or that can be incorporated contractually by the parties in a CISG contract, or in some situations can be considered to have been taken by the parties as part of their contractual arrangements. And a final point in this first part of my presentation is I'd like to remind you that governments also have a role in the food trade. It's relatively common for governments to purchase internationally food, especially to make sure that there will be no shortages in some specific situations. Basically things that are related to the regulation of prices into ensuring food security, access to food. I can give you an example. In May this year, there was a huge flood in the southern part of Brazil that affected the rice production. And the the federal government in Brazil decided to import a relatively large amount or quantity of rice from neighboring countries to ensure that there wouldn't be a surge in price because of the flood. Just keep that case in mind. I will come back to that later. You'll see how that developed. Green public procurement is also something that's very much related to purchase of food. And in green public procurement can actually be a catalyzer in the market to improve quality, or even in the private transactions afterwards. But the points that I wanted to make relating that context, that environment with the CISG have to do mostly with conformity of goods, and I'm not going to go too much into that because we discussed that a lot here yesterday. Passing of risk and impediments due to government interference in the food trade. Since we just discussed how much public regulation affects the food trade, we can imagine that all those rules enacted by the government also affect future or existing contracts. And so we need to understand how that interplays with the contractual rules that will bind the parties. Now, it's often discussed whether public law in our field here of food law is a very good one for that, whether public law is an obstacle to harmonization, right? Because if we want to have the rules under the CISG and if we want to have the contractual rules chosen by the parties, the provisions chosen by the parties to apply, public law also always comes into that and interferes with that expectation. That is not really an issue that the CISG covers expressly, how to deal with that. But the thing is that public law usually introduces non-negotiable terms that will affect what the parties can arrange among themselves. They may impact conformity standards because there may be some rules that will apply and parties sometimes don't take that into consideration expressly. And that may be like the most obvious thing. They may become an impediment beyond a party's control that will prevent that party from complying with the contract. And that impediment, since it has to be under the CISG, an impediment beyond the party's control, may require the party to take actions to try to overcome that impediment or to try to mitigate that impediment's impact. Now, those public law standards, the question we should ask is, can they bind, or standards coming from the buyer's country, or from the place of delivery or use of the goods, can they bind the seller? That answer is not obvious and straightforward. It's nuanced. In the Advisory Council, on its opinion 19, set out some standards for that, some factors that have to be considered when we are assessing whether those standards have to be complied with or not. And some of those standards are whether the seller knew or could not have been unaware of that relevant standard at the place of the intended use, the seller's prior dealings at that place, such as whether the seller had a branch or subsidiary or promoted goods of the same kind at that place, and whether the standard at that place is the same as that at the seller's place of business. And so you see that all those standards have to do with some idea of reasonableness of the expectation that the seller knew what public law regulations had to be complied with. Now, the buyer generally has has the means to reduce the risk of non-compliance, because if I'm the buyer, I can always tell the seller, look, you have to put this label on the front of the pack for me to be able to sell these potato chips in Brazil. It's very easy for me to do that. Of course, if that's very clear, we don't have a problem. The problem is when that's not clear, and we need to understand who has the burden to find out about that. Some international standards may provide some type of baseline that we could consider, but the most important issues are generally related to domestic law, public law regulations that need to be complied with. Under Article 35, there are two big standards that we should consider. One is the idea under 35(2)(a) of the ordinary purposes, and we can say that ordinary purposes of foodstuffs are related to their fitness for consumption, and usually that's related, since we're talking about B2B contracts under the CISG, that's related to the tradeability, and so if a certain item cannot be marketed in the place where where it was supposed to be used or sold, that can amount to a non-conformity. Or there can be specific purposes under Article 35(2), sorry, that's wrong there. Specific purposes of foodstuffs that have to be, in a way, made known to the seller at the time of contracting. And for instance, if we are selling vegetables that have to be organic, if they don't have organic certification, they can still be consumed, but not as what was specifically intended to be, which was organic items. Again, what I mentioned to you before, these non-physical traits, such as being kosher or being halal, being produced under certain standards or certain procedures, that's not physically identifiable, but it's connected with the conformity of the goods for the particular purpose that would have been made known to the seller. I will rush a little to comply with my time here, but I will leave this to you, and you can take a look later. All those standards under Advisory Council Opinion number 19 follow certain cases. Some of them already discussed here yesterday, and they relate to the agreement of the parties, to the awareness of the seller about the necessary standards, to previous dealings made by the seller that could allow the assumption that the seller knew about those standards, and at least in a way, the famous New Zealand mussels case, which contains a reference to the idea that if the standards are the same in the place of business of the seller and the buyer, the seller can be expected to comply with them. So that's basically how that was arranged in opinion number 19. I just want to jump with you to one final topic here to be within my 20 minutes. It has to do with the risk allocation and how to deal with new regulations that interfere with existing contracts. And so it's interesting to know, and Professor Schwenzer says that when she talks about Article 79, that government interference is relatively predictable in this trade, right? And so it's even possible to assume that parties should take that into consideration, should regulate how they want to deal with the risk of government interference. But again, we need to talk here about what happens if they don't do that. Force majeure or an impediment is something that Article 79(1) recognizes under the CISG. This processed food product case is a good example. It was a case in which a drought prevented the party from complying, and that was considered an impediment beyond the party's control. But just a quick comment, you remember from Urich yesterday the case that even involved Brazil, in which the use of a certain Incoterm was considered a sufficient protection of the party that in a contract that had been affected by a supervening regulation. Now, what I wanted to mention to you is also something that Professor Schwenzer mentions when she comments Article 79, which is the risk of embargoes in international trade. In 2023, China imposed an embargo on Brazilian meat, allegedly due to mad cow disease, which always creates a great deal of problems in international trade. In one of the points, and that's what Professor Schwenzer mentions, is that governments sometimes do that not as an unbiased measure taken on purely scientific reasons, but as a tool for trade war. And we need to be mindful of that. This piece of news here, that is on the papers today. This is an arbitration that started today in London. It's an investment arbitration, but it's based on food regulations made in Mozambique. And the party is seeking $120 million from Mozambique as damages due to these new food regulations. This is an investment. This is the investment side of this. But there is also the contractual side of this type of problem. What I wanted to mention to you is exactly what can we require from the party that is directly affected by a new public law regulation in terms of complying with the CISG in two aspects. First, in order to rely on Article 79(1), force majeure or an impediment, that impediment must be beyond the party's control. How much can a seller expect, or how much can a buyer expect, for instance, a seller to challenge a new government regulation, to try to overcome that impediment in terms of complying with the requirements of Article 79(1). And on the other hand, how much can a buyer require the seller to mitigate those impacts by taking some type of measure against those new government measures. That government interference is common, but sometimes really cannot be overcome. And going back to that case regarding rice in southern Brazil that I mentioned to you, in that case, there was an interim measure that suspended the public procurement in which Brazil's federal government intended to buy rice to avoid a surge in prices in southern Brazil. There was a court order that suspended that. And at that stage, the contracts hadn't been signed yet, and so there was no contractual problem yet. However, we can imagine that if those contracts had already been signed, the federal government who wanted to buy that rice would have been required to challenge that court order and try to overcome that impediment. That's actually what the government did. It did challenge the order. It was able to overcome that court-created impediment, but then it decided not to go on with the purchase of rice anyway because of all the political upheaval that came up. Just to end here my presentation, what I wanted to leave you with is this, the idea that these public law impediments, they may fall under Article 79.1 as impediments beyond a party's control, but also they may not. The party affected by them may be required to take measures to avoid that impediment or to take measures to mitigate those impacts. And with this, thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Cesar, for this exhaustive contribution, which complements well the contributions we had yesterday on different jurisdictions. It raises many issues. For instance, CBAMs, what can be the implication here in terms of governmental interference or greenhouse gas emissions and labeling, if not the lege lata, at least the lege ferenda, and what are the implications in terms of enforcement when there are different standards. But we leave this all for the Q&A session, and now we have Professor Hiro Sono on empowering farmers. Okay, empowering farmers, UniDroit's contributions to strengthening agricultural upstream in the global food supply chain.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would first like to start by thanking Professor Alfredo Ferrante, a very good friend of mine, and a superb host to the group that is visiting Pavia this week. And also, I'd like to thank the University of Pavia for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation in this beautiful room. My topic is empowering farmers, UniDroit's contributions to strengthening agricultural upstream in the global food supply chain. That's a long title, but I will be talking about UniDroit, some works of UniDroit. The conference today is about the CISG, sustainability and food law, so it's a little bit away from the center of the overall topic of this conference, but it does relate to harmonization of private law in the field of food law. UniDroit, let me just briefly explain what UNIDROIT is, and perhaps most of you already know what UNIDROIT is. UNIDROIT is an international organization with a mandate to, gradually adopt uniform rules of private law. So it is a sister organization with UNSTRL in the United Nations, and also with the Hague Conference, the CCH. The slide says that UNSTRL was established in 1968 and HCCH in 18. That is too early. That is a mistake. It was established, or the first conference took place in 1893. Still, it's old. UNIDROIT was first established in 1926 as an organ of the League of Nations, and then thereafter was re-established in 1940 as an independent intergovernmental organization. So it has no relation with the United Nations, at least no formal relationship with the United Nations. It is outside that system. Now, UNIDROIT, well, is famous for perhaps with the UNIDROIT principles for international commercial contracts, but it has been dealing with other projects. One project that I will be talking about today is the project on private law and agricultural development. It is also important to note that this project is undertaken not only by UNIDROIT, not by UNIDROIT alone, but also in collaboration with the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, and also the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. It happens that UNIDROIT, FAO, and IFAD all are headquartered in Rome, in this country. Okay, so my next slide is about what work that UNIDROIT has so far produced in the field of agriculture. One is the UNIDROIT, FAO, and IFAD legal guide on farming, legal guide on contract farming, which was finalized in 2015. And I will be focusing on this this work in this presentation. But other works include the UNIDROIT, IFAD legal guide on agricultural land investment contracts, which was finalized in 2021. And also there is a work in progress now on an international guidance document on collaborative legal structures for agricultural enterprises. Agricultural enterprises means, for example, cooperatives. So these are the documents that UNIDROIT has produced or are working on today. There's also another set of UNIDROIT work in the field of financing of agricultural activities. One is the MAC protocol to the Cape Town Convention. We have heard about the Cape Town Convention and also about the MAC protocol yesterday morning from, was it morning? Yes, morning from, no, early afternoon, I think, from Professor Garo. It deals with security interests, and MAC protocol, MAC, what does that mean? It means mining, agricultural, and construction equipments. So this MAC protocol to the Cape Town Convention deals with taking agricultural equipment as collateral. And that's one field. That is one instrument that UNIDROIT has produced in relation to financing of agricultural activities, access to credit in agricultural activities. Another one is, the most recent one is the UNSTRL UNIDROIT model law on warehouse receipts, because warehouse receipts has been used traditionally for farmers or by farmers to use their crops as collateral in getting access to credit. So these are the works in the field of UNIDROIT. These are the works of UNIDROIT in the field of agriculture. Now, as I said, I will focus on the contract farming legal guide today. But before I do, I will briefly talk about global food supply chain. We have been hearing about global food supply chain already yesterday and today a lot. This is just one example in which the manufacturer in the middle is the chain leader, and there is a producer at the very upstream. And the stream goes on, and on the downstream, you have the consumer. The chain leader would, in a global supply chain, the chain leader will endeavor to have their code of conduct being imposed or being complied with by the upstream suppliers, such as the producer in this field. It will require the producer to comply with business and human rights requirements, as well as sanitation requirements, and so on. So what this code of conduct does is that it imposes obligations, or it requires the producers, the upstream, to comply with certain rules. However, what I will be talking about is a different aspect of the global supply chain. Now, and from here on, I will talk about what contract farming is. Within the global supply chain, farmers often enter into an arrangement with manufacturers, which is known as contract farming. For example, sorry. For example, here, I come from a city called Sapporo. Sapporo is famous for two things. One is the 1972 Winter Olympic Games, and the other is the Sapporo beer. And, well, the beer company has moved out of Sapporo now today, but it comes from Sapporo. So the beer company Sapporo, in order to produce high-quality beer, needs to get stable supply of high-quality hops and barley, as well as water and those things. But so in order to secure stable supply of those crops, the Sapporo Beer Company will enter into a contract with farmers so that the farmers will produce barleys and hops that comply with the requirements by the brewing company. And over here, in Cesar's presentation, there was a picture of potato chips coming from Brazil, I think. I have some pictures of Japanese potato chips here, which is produced by a company called Karbi. Perhaps they don't export these potato chips, but this is a big company in Japan. They also enter into a contract farming arrangement with farmers of potatoes to get good quality potatoes that suit potato chips. And by entering into that kind of arrangement, they get stable supply. And incidentally, the city of Sapporo is located in the island of Hokkaido in Japan, and Hokkaido is a great producer of potatoes. So these two examples have a lot, I feel some relation with these examples. Here, this is another example. This is, I'm not sure if you can see what this is. This is ketchup, and this is tomato. And the ketchup is produced by a manufacturer called Kagome in Japan. They also enter into many contract farming arrangements with tomato producers for the same reason as Sapporo Beer and Karbi. Okay, now, so I think I've given you the basic idea of contract farming, but what are the legal structure of contract farming? The legal guide that was published by the UNIDROIT explains the structure. First, there are two parties that enter into an agricultural production contract. at least, there will be at least two parties. There can be more. It can get more complicated, but the most simple form would be a contract between two parties. One party is the producer, which is the farmer involved in the production of agricultural products. It can be an individual farmer, but it can also be cooperatives or companies as well. So this is a producer on one end. And there is also a party called the contractor. And this is typically the agribusiness company, such as Sapporo Beer, that are engaged in processing, marketing of food stuff. The term contractor, to me, sounds a little bit counterintuitive here, because they are the ones who are ordering potatoes or hops and barleys. But anyway, in the legal guide, this is how they are called. So it is a contract between the producer and contractor. And in that contract, in the agricultural production contract, agricultural production contracts are usually long-term contracts, and it creates a lot of interdependence between the two parties. So they depend upon each other very much. And in that contract, what do they do? What the producer does is, in one sense, simple. They produce they produce potato, for example, and they will deliver the final product to the contractor. But what is characteristic in agriculture production contracts is that the contractor is what the contractor does. The contractor will make many inputs into the producer. They not only specify the quality, quantity, time of delivery of the final product, but it will seek to exert a certain degree of influence over the production process. They will provide seeds that will be used for growing crop. They will provide fertilizers, etc. That is one thing they would do, or that is one type of input that they make. Another is that they assist the farmers in preparation of the soil. They also assist them in harvesting at the end of the season. They also provide financial support, and they also provide advice and training to the farmers. So there are many inputs that comes to the producer from the contractor. Okay. Now, what are the benefits of entering into this kind of contract or this kind of arrangement? The benefits to the contractors are, for example, it secures product supply, stable product supply on a regular basis. And by doing that, the contractor can optimize its capacity of processing. I mean, it can optimize its capacity of processing facilities and deliver consistently to the downstream customers. It can also protect itself against market fluctuation, and it can ensure that quality requirements are met by the farmers. It can also ensure that compliance with the regulatory and voluntary standards in relation to food safety, for example, or social and environmental issues are also being complied. And also they can avoid the problem of potential negative social and backlash if they try to acquire the farmland by themselves and produce those goods, if they want to do that by themselves. What I mean is that they would not steal, or they will leave the land tenure with the farmer. It's the farmer's land, and it is not taking it away from the farmers. The benefits to the producers, farmers, would be the farmers will be able to acquire greater certainty regarding market availability, and also stable and predictable income, and better organization of the product activities. And also, it can also protect itself against market fluctuation, it can get access to credit, and it can receive technology and know-how transfer and their land tenure is intact. So these are the benefits of contract farming, but there are risks too. For the contractors, the risk include the regular type of commercial risk of miscalculating product demand, and they have been locked into a contract for long term. That can cause problem for them. And also, there is still possibility that the farmers will not comply with the standards that are required. And also, there is a question of farmers side selling. Side selling is an act by the farmer or the producer to sell the products that it produced not only to the contractor, but sell it to other customers as well. The contractors would typically try that it will not happen, but that it can still happen. The risks for the producers are that it can put them in a more aggravated labor condition, and also they can be over-indebted. They cannot repay the loans that they receive from the agribusiness, from the contractors. And also there is a risk that the production will become a monoculture. And this will affect not only the farmers, but also more broadly, it will affect the environment by lack of biodiversity. And also there's a question of asymmetrical bargaining power between the farmers and the agribusiness. And at the beginning, I said that the farmers and the agribusiness become interdependent, but the dependence is more stronger on the side of the farmer. The farmer will have to depend on the contractors. So these are the risks that contract farming entails. And what these risks for the producers indicates is that there may be a need to fix the agricultural production contract that they enter into. There may be a need to protect the farmers in the global supply chain. So this is a different aspect of the global supply chain that we have been talking about. We have been talking about imposing obligations on the farmers to make sure that they make safe food. But there is another aspect, and that is what Unidroit, the legal guide, has been working upon. Now, so what kind of contract law issues are there? My time is running out, so I will be very brief. One question which is not dealt with in the legal guide is that the agricultural production contract can be governed by the CISG. It is possible that it can be governed by the CISG if the ownership of the crop passes from the producer to the contractor, and unless the contractor's input amount to a substantial part of the material necessary for such production. The second condition that I mentioned is, well, it comes from Article 3 of the CISG. In my view, fertilizers, for example, the input that comes from the contractor to the producer, that is not a material that is necessary for the production. What Article 3, Paragraph 1 means, or the idea behind Article 3, Paragraph 1, in my view, is property-based. If the material that was given by the contractor to the producer belongs to the contractor from the beginning, then there will be no property that passes from the producer to the contractor. So in that case, the CISG will be excluded. But here, fertilizers are not that kind of material. But there is one problem. What do we do about seeds? The final crop can be considered, may be considered as a transformed, is something as a transformation of the seed. And if the seed belonged to the producer, if the seed belonged to the contractor, it can be considered a material necessary for the production. So if we take that view, the agricultural production contracts will be outside the application of the CISG under Article 3, paragraph 1. But there are no cases as far as I know, and so this is some issue that is still left for consideration. The first condition, which I have on the screen, is that if ownership of the crop passes from the producer to the contractor. This is not always the case in agricultural production contracts, because in what I write in the second paragraph is that some of those contracts provide that the contractor has title of the crops. The crops belong to the contractor from the beginning. And if that is valid, then there will be no ownership passing from the producer to the contractor, and it will not be sales. The contractor would do that because it wants to protect itself from the producer's creditors, and also if they have intellectual property in the seeds and so on, they would like to protect their intellectual property as well. But on the other hand, the contractor typically imposes the risk of loss for weather or disease, so on the producer. So it's quite a one-sided game. The ownership belongs to the contractor, but the risk rests with the producer, and that's quite a one-sided game. And these are the kind of issues that the legal guide talk about. I will have to pass the last paragraph and go to my final paragraph. How is the legal guide being used, and what are the challenges? First, the legal guide explains various structures of contract farming, and it lists contract law issues arising from agricultural production contracts. And they describe what a good practice for contract farming is. So it works as a guidance for the parties, producers and contractors, in drafting fair agricultural production contracts. It is not a binding document. Now, what are the challenges of the legal guide? Is it being sufficiently used? This is not very clear. It is a non-binding voluntary soft law document, and it is difficult to monitor whether it is implemented or whether it is used, because it is used on the field, on the ground, or by the parties that draft the contract. And it is difficult to see how much it is being used. UNIDROIT itself is not doing that kind of work, is not bringing this legal guide to the farmers and assist them in drafting contracts. Rather, it is the FAO and other development agencies that would do that, but we do not have information about how much it is being used. For it to become a more useful guide or an instrument, the next step probably will to draft model clauses, or maybe model agricultural production contracts, so that the farmers and contractors can use. And I think that is one of the challenges to the legal guide today. And with that, I would like to finish my presentation. Thank you.
Many thanks, Hiro, for these insightful considerations on the upstream part of the supply chain. Just a couple of thoughts off the top of my head would be if there are any inputs, greenhouse gas emissions, and if there are any intersections with the UN Declaration on the rights of peasants and other people working in rural areas. But we can leave this for the Q&A session. And now we have Professor Andre Jansen from Radboud University on technological innovations in food production and CISG compliance.
think I have the slides. They should be there. All right. I need to adjust it a little bit. Yeah, sorry. Sono un po' più alto. Right. Grazie per l'invito. Vorrei ringraziare soprattutto Alfredo Ferrante per l'invito, è un grande onore e piacere essere qui, anche se la città è un po' bagnata oggi, ma vediamo. Sì. Ok, iniziamo. Let's go. Well, what you read is a headache, slight change of title of the presentation and structure. Honestly speaking, this topic gave me some headaches. I said, oh my God, what should I say about food law? And I thought, okay. And then all the other colleagues, they were faster than I was. So they did dips on the topics I wanted to do. I said, oh yeah, I want to do standard contract terms and ECG. I said, that was all taken, I was just too late. And then I thought, oh, I need to, then I provided Alfredo with a title. I didn't think too much about the title. But then at one point you have to do the presentation, right? And I don't know what to do. Because I didn't want to talk about vertical farming and so on. So at the end, I choose a slightly different title. And the title is Technical Innovations in the Food Supply Chain and the CISG. And more particular, my focus will be on the use of blockchain technology and smart contracts in food supply chains. And you might ask yourself, well, why? Because I talked to a Chinese friend, and he has a company in Switzerland, and together with some Swiss guys, and they are doing exactly that. So they try to make sure that the product is really the product you think of as a customer, and also that all the ESG standards and so on are fulfilled. And that is quite interesting, and that I thought, okay, that is something I can do. That is something I can do. And I checked whether that's really a topic, because I didn't want that it's only my friend is doing that and nobody else. But there are several companies in the food law industry who are doing that. And then I thought, okay, that's a topic, I'm going to do it. And so the structure of my presentation will be problems of the traditional food chain, of the food supply chain. Then what are the potential, could the use of blockchain and smart contracts in the food supply chain be a potential solution for some of the problems the food chain has? And then, if that's true, then I would like to focus on some potential issues, especially of smart contracts in the food supply chain and the CISG, and then I will round it up. I was asked not to speak more than 20 minutes. I hope that's possible. I will do my best. So, potential problems of traditional food supply chains. What are actually the problems? Why things go wrong? And is that maybe a particular industry? Is it different from machines? And I came across some problems which are maybe of particular interest. The one thing is food safety. So there are surveys that 1 out of 10 of us get sick due to food-borne illnesses. And even said 420,000 people die. I read that in the US, every 1 out of 6 persons get sick due to food-borne diseases. So this seems to be apparently a problem, of course. Then there is the supply chains right now are still in the food industry relatively inefficient, which means that the survey says I found is 80% of them are still entirely paper-based or partially paper-based. I will come back to that, and I will hope you are with me that this is a problem. Food waste. 1/3 of the food we produced is thrown away. And is there a way could maybe blockchain and smart contract help to reduce that food waste? Just to give you one example, there was in 2008, there was a delivery of spinach was poisonous in the US, and they couldn't trace it back. They didn't know, they knew it was the spinach, and it made people sick, but they didn't know, they didn't have any idea where the spinach came from. And so they had to, in the US, they threw away spinach for 2 weeks. Spinach was, they took them off the shelf for the entire US. At the end, it came out, it was one batch from one farmer, and they threw away all the spinach for 2 weeks of the entire US, an enormous waste. Then, this is also what Italian products are fighting with, is of course food fraud. You all know about the olive oil, which is sold abroad, is hardly Italian, and so on and so on. I just made one example. 1 out of 5 seafood samples are mislabeled worldwide. So we have some issues. And so what are the problems of the traditional food supply chains? First of all, the data is siloed with each company. Second, the exchange of information from distant partners is very difficult. If it's a longer supply chain, IBM did a research and said, well, for mangoes, the final seller normally almost needs 1 week to trace back where his mango is really coming from. And that can be, that this can cause problems, I think is quite obvious. Most transactions are still paper-based. This is what already said. That is creating insufficiencies. There's also risk for fraud. And that every chain in the food supply chain maintains its own records of the transaction. That is also a problem. That also takes time and resources. And due to that lack of trust and transparency, only 1 out of 4 consumers actually trust today's food ecosystem. 1 out of 4. That's 25%. That's really few. Can we do things better? And there are indeed companies who are trying to make things better. And the basic idea is a blockchain solution for the entire food supply chain, from farm to stomach. Yeah? If we could trace all information back, if we would have all information on the blockchain, upstream and downstream, everybody could check what is happening. And it would be a team effort, because everybody in the supply chain, also the logistic company and so on, need to be on board, but then that would create some advantages. There are several companies who do that, and also the company of my friend, but I don't want to mention the company. So I mention another company, and that's the other project. They're celebrating my talk. And it's the IBM Food Trust. That's a big endeavor right now, and they're doing it, so it's not a hoax or something like that. What is IBM Food Trust? So it's a platform which combines all people or all companies in the food supply chain. They're all there. And they are built on the IBM blockchain. It's a permissioned blockchain. And in theory, or they have blockchains, as you know, are immutable. And they can share records where the food is coming from, and also certificates, ESG, and so on, and processing details. So when was it produced, etc. One advantage is they can have product tracing in real time. That is an enormous advantage. Plus also they could do, if devices are attached to the food, they could also make sure that the temperature is all right. So you always know what is the temperature right now, and you can check. And if you share all the documentation in that blockchain, upstream and downstream, that would help eventually, that would increase the customer's trust. And it is said that it would be for the supply chain efficiency, so it would be faster and more cost efficient for the contract performance to do that, to combine that with smart contracts, and that is something the IBM Food Trust offers. Yeah, so blockchain plus smart contracts. And IBM is doing that already with Walmart, so the biggest supermarket chain in the US. And they are doing this already since 2017, and they're trying to get more clients. So as this is about also how could the food law be in 2030, so what would be the advantages of such an enhanced food supply chain? That would be reduction of waste. Yeah? So something like with the spinach would not happen anymore. You would just throw away the batch where you know it's poisonous. The rest is still fine. Yeah? That's an enormous plus. Increasing sustainability, of course, you would have less waste. And it's easier to meet the compliance requirements. All the certificate would go to the blockchain. Less foodborne diseases in the best case, because you can trace the temperature and so on and so on. It would make the supply chain more efficient, and it would improve the safety of the safety monitoring. And it is also said that there is a reduction of food fraud risk. IBM even says there is impossible to do to make a food fraud. I believe it's going to be reduced, but it's not zero. But okay, so the person in charge, Björn Kutz, says, well, I'm citing, using the two technologies together, so blockchain plus smart contracts, companies can quickly identify potential problems, streamline transactions, and identify new opportunities. Yeah? Of course, it's a sales sentence, but still, let's assume this is right, and that will really be the future of the food supply chain on a large scale in 2030, for example. What were the issues, what would be the issues in the realm of the CISG, so when the CISG would be applicable? There are, of course, questions like what is the value of the information in the blockchain under the CISG, what as evidence and so on, but that is something I would like to shed some light on during when I'm writing the paper. So I'm only concentrating in the interest of time only on smart contracts and the CISG. So what would be the potential issues with smart contracts and the in the food supply chain and the CISG? This term, smart contract, is very unfortunate. It's a buzzword. It has been invented by Nick Szabo in 1993. And he said a smart contract is a computer code that is created to automatically execute contractual duties upon the occurrence of a trigger event. Yeah? So it's, at the end, it's only a computer code. And if there is a trigger event, it's there, the code is there to enforce the contract. Not more, not less. Please don't follow Nick Szabo on X. He became a conspiracy theorist. The key features are of that smart contract is they're self-enforcing and self-executing. Please don't believe if you will find articles where they say it runs with AI. No, it does not need AI, so don't believe that. It's only a computer code, not more, not less. It does not need AI to work. In the meanwhile, the smart contract became there is in the meanwhile a bigger movement of automated contracting and algorithmic contracting. This is what you see. They are part, in the meanwhile, smart contract is a part of that bigger movement. And Nick Szabo made an interesting or famous vending machine example. Yeah, you want to buy a can of Coke, and you go to a vending machine. You have the coin. You are putting the coin in the vending machine, and from then the rest is automated as long as you already choose the Coke. Right? So you will get the Coke. You cannot stop it anymore. It's automated. Just that this automation is done mechanically, and smart contracts would be with a computer code. There are many misperceptions and half-truths about whether smart contracts are actually enforceable legal contracts. And you can guess, I think there are hundreds of articles just on that question. So for the CISG, we need to check, we would use Article 8 and Article 14 and the following to see whether is that an offer, is that an acceptance, and do we have a contract at all. Yeah, I would argue it depends. As normally, as a lawyer, you know 99% you are right when you're saying it depends. And there are the European law principles on blockchain technology and smart contracts and consumer protection that I think could give a good overview of the potential options. Of course, we need to bear in mind that the CISG needs to be interpreted autonomously. So that of course is important. But just to give an idea, so it could be a mere code, nothing more. So this would mean no legal agreement at all, and it's only a technical transaction, nothing more. So no contract whatsoever. It could be a tool to execute a legal contract which has been concluded off the chain. So parties met off the chain, they concluded the contract, maybe even on paper, and they use the smart contract for the execution of that legal contract. And then there are contracts which are smart contracts which are only concluded on the chain and which are at the same time legal contracts. So you could argue there is an offer and there is an acceptance on the chain. Maybe they have even never met off the chain. They are now only on the chain. And there might be both. There might be one contract concluded on chain and one at the same content of the chain, both. So then we have the problem, of course, well, which one prevails in case there is discrepancy. And so we know for the CISG, we will need to apply the rules, Article 8, Article 14, to realize is actually that smart contract, does it have the essentiale negotii, that this is really a contract in the legal sense. What about how to interpret these contracts? And I think we need to distinguish between two situations. One time, the entire contract is on the chain. They have never met the parties. And can parties do that? Yes, according to Article 6 of the CISG, they can do that. Yeah? And CISG says also it's free of form, so if the parties want a contract which is only on computer code, it's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with it. It can. And the issue then is, and I will do that in my papers, how to actually interpret a smart contract which is a legal contract, but which is only on the chain, yeah, because it's a computer code. Normally, we would try to interpret that subjectively, but that is not easy if we have a smart contract which has only been concluded online. Not online, but on the chain. Second one, I think it does not work. Okay, right. And then an interesting thing, and that is at the moment the rule is the contract exists on the chain and off the chain. Yeah, so parties meet in the real world, they conclude a contract, and they set the entire contract also on the chain. So they meet off the chain and on the, so there are two contracts saying the same thing in the best case. So what if there is a clash between the smart contract on the chain and off the chain? Which one prevails? Is it the one which has been concluded outside the blockchain, so in the real world, or is it the one which has been concluded on the chain? The European law principles, the European Law Institute principles say, well, off-chain prevails over on-chain unless agreed differently. And I think that is also true for the CISG, or that could be a rule for the CISG. More you can read in the paper. How much time do I have left?
Let's say a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes. All right. I will do, let me see. If we are talking about the food chain of the food supply chain of 2030, another issue could be is actually that there could be, or there partly is already done, that the parties are paying with cryptocurrencies. Yeah, and would that be still a sales contract under the CISG? Because Article 1 says this convention applies to contracts of sales of goods, sale of goods. And Article 53 says the buyer must pay the price for the goods. And now the question is, if parties in the future or now pay with cryptocurrencies, and maybe also with in the future with digital euros, maybe, would that still be considered a sales contract under the CISG, or would that be a barter contract? Because if it's a barter contract, it's outside the CISG. And there are some authors say, well, national law should decide whether it's actually, whether cryptocurrency is money or not, which then would decide whether that's a sales contract or not. I don't believe so. I believe that the question should be answered inside the CISG, Article 7.1. So we should decide, we should interpret the term, the buyer must pay the price. Is that also a sales contract if the parties buy something, food with cryptocurrencies? Let me see else. I have, okay, applicability of the CISG, I will do that. I will skip that, so I have more problems, but conclusion. There is definitely room for improvement regarding the food supply chain. In many aspects, we have seen it. So there is, I believe, really serious room for improvement. The use of blockchain and smart contracts is not the holy grail, but it could help to improve the situation in the supply for the food supply chain and for everybody. At the end, also for us, as consumers of food. And regarding the use of smart contracts under the CISG, I believe that the CISG, even though it's from 1980, so it's an analog law, can cope as good as every other civil code with smart contracts. It is flexible enough. And that's from my side for now. Thank you very much for your attention, and the coffee is yours. Thank you.
Andrei, many thanks. Here there are huge implications for sustainability in the food supply chain. It's off, okay. And until the very end of your presentation, my question would have been, are there any shortcomings? But you have addressed also those ones. So quite exhaustive. Now we are running behind schedule, so I would ask Alfredo, you are the ultimate master. Do we have time for one very quick question from the audience and one very quick answer from the panelists? No questions? Sorry? We can conclude here then, Alfredo. Okay, if there are no questions, okay. No questions, then we can discuss this over a cup of coffee. Yeah, over a cup of coffee, yeah. Indeed. Okay, many thanks. Many thanks. Okay, we will resume in 15 minutes. Thank you, thank you.
Right now, the fourth panel of this second day of very interesting event, for which I am grateful to Professor Alfredo Ferrante, who is my colleague here in Pavia, and also partner of the two sponsoring projects, Next Generation EU project, NODES project, and On Foods project. And I'm thankful not only for the big efforts in the organization, but also for bringing here in Pavia and to us so many scholars and practitioners of well-known all around the world. So it's a real pleasure, and to me, a very enriching week. So thank you for coming. Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you, the University of Pavia. And I will be very short because we are kind of out of time, so sorry for that. But I will immediately give the floor to our very welcome speaker, so Professor Liso Spagnolo, who is an associate professor at the Macquarie Law School in Sydney, Australia, and she was previously at the Faculty of Law in Monash University in Australia still. Her main areas of research are domestic contract law and international sales of goods, comparative contract law, as well as Australian consumer law, property law, and geographical indications. She's director and fellow of the UNCITRAL Coordination Committee for Australia, which she co-founded. And just to mention some, she principal investigator of an Australian Research Council linkage grant on geographical indication. She was awarded the Supreme Court Prize and the Supreme Court Exhibition Prize and the Molly Holman Medal. Very, very precious prizes also here in Europe, well known. Spagnolo published broadly in all the areas I just mentioned. Just to mention some, maybe the last one is particularly, let's say, relevant for the topic we are dealing with in these days, an interdisciplinary monograph on the use of the Vienna Convention, just published 2022. That is added actually to other contributions in both handbooks and commentaries on the same convention that unfortunately, I don't have the time to go through. But Spagnolo has been a member of the CISG Advisory Council since January 2024. So I don't want to take all the time from this, and Professor Spagnolo will examine the interplay between regulatory capture, food law, and international trade. So after having had a vision of the main principles and also sustainability implications for sales of contracts, I think now we have to tackle the last part of the chain that actually is involving us as a consumer, so dispute regarding consumers, and evidently all the other part of the chain. So, and this will be also the second intervention we'll be dealing with, but at the moment, I'm just giving the floor to our Professor Spagnolo. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And thank you to our host, Professor Ferrante, as well. It's been a wonderful welcome, and it's fantastic to be here in Pavia. Could I just have my presentation slides, please? And I'll begin with those as they come up, but what I wanted to talk about today is something that we haven't yet touched upon at this conference, and that is problems with food and its interrelationship with metabolic health and an interdisciplinary approach, looking a little bit at the economic effects and market behaviour from the consumer point of view. It's not going to be a lot of law, but I think we're really at a critical juncture where we need to take a lot of factors into account, and part of that's due, of course, to the problems with the climate, and part of it's also due to health problems, which, at least in the West, we have around about at the moment 80% of people who are metabolically unhealthy. So I was going to mention the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, as a starting point under Agenda 2030, but I think I'm going to skip ahead of that, other than to just make the point that SDGs align very closely with ESG frameworks adopted by corporations for obvious reasons. ESG reporting by corporations does increasingly drive investor and consumer decisions. And turning first of all to food labelling, which I think we can closely tie to ESG goals, because they form the basis of claims often made on food labels about environmental or social sustainability. And we often see these claims on labels: carbon neutral, organic, non-GMO, things to do with deforestation or sustainably sourced, for example. These claims affect consumer demand, of course, and if they're truthful, they can help achieve sustainable development goals, of course. We also know that we also know that food, as Dr. Pereira said before, is subject to many regulations, and not least of which are safety regulations. Capture theory describes that relationship, the relationship that can happen in regard to regulatory bodies. So I'll just skip ahead on the slides. Okay, now we're up to it. So capture theory describes the risk that regulatory bodies may become captured by the very industry that is supposed to be regulated. And this happens through pressure that's applied by the industry or a particular corporation to the regulator. It can happen in various ways, which I'm not going to go into today, but it can be direct in a financial sense through funding, or it can be indirect through things like cognitive capture. But commercial interests are highly incentivized to do this because they stand to make huge gains. The net effect of capture of a regulator is negative on social welfare because it's the consumer that actually bears the loss in this. And ESGs arguably create new opportunities for capture. And what I'll do, because there are many ESG frameworks, is use SDGs under the UN 2030 agenda as basically a proxy for ESG frameworks. So not only are corporations incentivized to influence ESG standards in ESG frameworks, the rules around those, but also on how performance in relation to ESGs could be measured. But what I want to do is just very briefly touch upon the possible risks involved with each type of ESG goal. And I think we need to keep an eye on history in regard to this, because this has played out in different senses before. So SDG Goal 2 relates to hunger, food security, nutrition, and market information. Food manufacturers have a lot to gain here. Famously in the past, due to industry pressure, the US Department of Agriculture had subsidised wheat and corn farmers, then subsequently endorsed the food pyramid. Now this food pyramid, as you probably all know, recommended a vast increase in the consumption of grains from up to 6 to 11 servings per day. Now, most grains need to be consumed as processed foods, and that profoundly impacted nutritional guidelines in many, many countries. Even though this was later on modified in 2011, it does evidence what can happen when industry captures regulators. And SDG Goal 3 is to address many things, but amongst them are non-communicable diseases and health risk reduction. There's a dual risk of capture here. One is from the pharmaceutical industry, which also stands to gain a lot from poor food environments. Two examples of where this has happened are Ozempic, which is used to control obesity, and also statins, which are used to control cholesterol. The second risk is from the food industry itself, whose interests are obviously going to be served by making very delicious, hyper-palatable processed foods, which we all love. Now, these are more profitable than whole foods, and history has shown that both of these two industries, pharmaceuticals and the food industry, have actively been involved in funding medical research on nutrition with dire consequences, as I hope to show in a moment. I won't go through the other SDG goals that I was going to mention. One would be on environmental management and plastics and waste. And the other one would have been on climate change and also marine ecosystems. But instead, what I'll do is go ahead to capture theory and scientific research. So I mentioned that two major sources for funding on research to do with nutrition and health are pharmaceutical and food industries. Unfortunately, over the last 50 years or so, what we've seen is a dramatic rise in non-communicable diseases: obesity, diabetes, cancer, dementia, and autoimmune issues. And that's despite our abundance of food in the West, despite that 80% of us are apparently metabolically unhealthy. Now, the food pyramid that I mentioned before led to a reduced consumption of animal fats and an increased consumption of grains. Before the 1960s, saturated fats such as tallow, lard, butter, and dairy featured prominently in Western diets, but they thereafter became demonised, if you like, by the work of Ansel Keys and the work of others who followed. Now, Ansel Keys was a scientist who proposed what's known as the lipids hypothesis, which in simplified terms meant he thought and proposed that if you eat a lot of saturated fats, you will develop high blood cholesterol, and then you will be at increased risk of cardiovascular diseases like heart attacks and stroke. Keys ran or inspired or influenced multiple large-scale studies which went on to prove his lipids hypothesis. And it's been mentioned by others that some of these studies were rather too quickly funded, as it's put. Each one of these studies found in favour of his hypothesis, and each one of these studies was so large and influential that they have since essentially shaped the way that medical practitioners advise on these matters. However, since that time and in recent years, each of these three studies have been debunked. And this has been done by published peer review articles by medical experts who have uncovered the problems with these studies. So, for example, in Keys's own 7 countries studies, where he compared outcomes in terms of nutrition and health in 7 different countries, it turns out that there's evidence that he cherry-picked which countries' data he used as the 7 countries, and of course it proved his hypothesis correct. People who actually worked on the research teams for 2 very large longitudinal studies, known as the Framingham and Minnesota studies, have since admitted, and they were working on these studies, that data that was collected which contradicted Keys' theories actually was buried at the time or hidden. And that the reason why this happened was because the funding body refused to publish data that was conflicting with his hypothesis because they were so wedded to the idea of this lipids hypothesis. So that's what happened. And we know because experts have since found those missing data, sometimes in basements, I'm not joking, wish I was, and they've actually then analysed it and published those results, and it shows that the truth is that high consumption of saturated fats does not cause high blood cholesterol and does not raise the risk of cardiovascular disease. So nonetheless, Keys's work and the studies that followed thereafter spurred the low-fat craze of the 1980s, which those of us old enough to remember very well. And all of this is an example of academic capture. And the effects of this have been profound worldwide. Non-communicable diseases that were rare 60 years ago are now being reported to be much, much more common. Things like dementia, childhood type 2 diabetes and obesity, and also non-alcoholic fatty liver. None of this is terribly surprising when we think about it, because carbohydrates converted from grains in our bodies convert to blood glucose. And elevated blood glucose, we know, causes type 2 diabetes and is implicated by the recent work of Thomas Seyfried on cancer to encourage the growth of cancer cells, which without high blood sugar levels cannot grow. So the other effect of Keyes's work has been that the West has reduced its consumption of saturated fats. And what they've done, of course, is we've all switched to polyunsaturated fats, or at least a lot of people have, like margarine and like seed oils. Seed oils and vegetable oils like canola, for example. These are now found in almost all processed foods. Previously, seed oils were used as engine lubricants. Our bodies can't effectively digest them, and they oxidize easily, which makes them harmful to humans. So our best efforts at regulation and information about food are obviously not immune from capture. Professor Ferrante has written about the Peruvian regulations being influenced by pressure. The US Food and Drug Administration has permitted consumption of seed oils, previously engine oils, and high fructose corn syrup without requiring long-term studies into their effects on public health. And even advocate groups, which often rely on donations, have persisted with advice that has been contrary to the latest research until recently. For example, the American Heart Association and the Australian Diabetes Association. And even the WHO at the moment still recommends reducing red meat on a number of grounds, one of them being health, in regard to potential cancer risks. But unfortunately, the research they are relying upon for that is the weakest form of scientific research, which is epidemiology. And basically that just means surveys. This is known to be very unreliable. The most reliable evidence in this area is, of course, double-blind controlled studies. Additionally, and this is the most problematic part, what is classified as red meat for the purposes of this study on the surveys is anything with any meat on it, such as a hot dog or any other thing that you might be able to think about that contains a multiple of foods within it. So really, that research probably better evidences why you shouldn't eat processed foods. Now, food regulation is obviously aimed at improving public health, but that has not necessarily done us very much good. And that means, of course, that we have to be aware of the risk of capture, not only of academia, but also regulatory bodies. So, consumers really may be the basis upon which ESG might help resolve some of these situations, or at least lead us in the right path. Because perhaps ESG breaches, maybe they can help support legal proceedings. Consumers might be able to bring claims based on labelling issues, such as labelling to do with nutrients or labelling about ESG credentials. Of course, this could be for breach of contract or for misrepresentation or on statutory grounds such as misleading conduct or unconscionable conduct in trade. But, of course, the problem is there's little incentive for them to bring these actions. It's probably only ever going to work where there's a class action or where there is a severe acute health issue like an allergic reaction. Only then maybe it's worthwhile for a consumer. Statutory bodies could bring actions, and they do, and we know that there is a risk here, of course, because they are also prone to regulatory capture. And they may well be they might have problems of resources as well. Because of course, food is such a big area. They can't bring an action against everything, and they can't monitor everything. Of course, jurisdictions have, as was mentioned earlier, regulations about food safety and what health claims you can make, such as healthy bones, heart healthy. But we can see that these are informed by science that is sometimes problematic and tainted. So, it seems no matter who brings an action, if they do, there will be another big evidentiary barrier, and that is that food-related health effects often only surface over multiple years. It takes a long time for the health problem to surface. So causation is always going to be very tricky to prove. So my argument is that the best and main power that consumers have is to vote with their money and to use social media to spread their views about misleading labelling or misleading ESG claims. So I think the real rub, however, will come from wholesalers and retailers. And we just saw before about the supply chain and how it's controlled. Well, I think that if consumers shun a food item due to misleading ESG claims or nutrition claims on labelling, of course sales will drop. And that might not affect the supermarkets because, after all, they sell the alternatives. But it does affect the suppliers to the supermarkets and all the suppliers in the chain above them. They're the ones who are going to have damages claims that would be worthwhile pursuing for them. And a lot was said yesterday about how ESG might find its way into the terms of contracts, sometimes through codes of conduct. So I'm not going to talk about that. But if an exporting seller is responsible for compliance with those contractual terms encompassing ESGs under Article 35(1) of the CISG, or perhaps if they're made responsible for compliance with food regulations under Article 35(2), then they're the ones who are going to be susceptible to damages claims. Of course, causation must be shown, but the fact that consumers are going away in droves due to a labelling breach, that's a foreseeable loss in many cases. And even in those rarer cases that I mentioned, the extreme ones where a consumer has brought proceedings against a retailer, if a consumer brings proceedings against a retailer, say under class action or a severe allergic reaction, the retailer can then seek redress to be indemnified under Article 74 of the CISG, and the majority view is that Article 5 won't preclude that. Additionally, the consumer in some cases might be able to directly sue the exporting seller, but that would be under either domestic tort or statute, or perhaps in some cases a direct action where the jurisdiction allows that. So in conclusion, I'd say that the best hope for ESGs in making a change in line with the sustainable development goals are where we can ensure that corporations may be held liable for ESG claims that are not true. And maybe in a world where economists describe regulatory capture as being inevitable, and in the area of food and nutrition where the basic evidence, the scientific evidence, has been so affected by capture, maybe that best hope is that the power of consumers to vote with their money and the ability of those in the supply chain to recover damages, including under the CISG for their losses of sales, might actually lead to real change. And with that, I'd just like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Professor Spagnolo. It was very enlightening and actually also inspiring, because you propose a different reading of the trends that actually went along the modification of regulation and capture theory implications. And maybe, for example, in Italy, labeling has not entered into, at this point at least, we'll see with the directives and new regulations, on, for example, identifying the bodily harm, let's say non-physical damage that misleading information could deal. But we are having now some claims, actually first big claims, class actions from consumers, where the product that was consumed actually was in compliance with the food safety regulation standards, still that produced moral damage, biological damage for certain kind of religious precepts that were actually breached by the consumer without knowing it, because in the label was not indicated the exact amount of, for example, pork meat, because under EU existing regulations, so the 2011 package, that was actually in compliance, but it was just a short percentage, so no damage to health, but they felt guilty, and that guilt had an economic value for them, so they started. So new claims are arising at this level, actually before judges, so no arbitration, not yet, at least. But that's why I think this tangling SDGs needs and health, as well as the right to information, and how the power of all the stakeholders involved, namely the consumer, can make a difference. The following speaker, I think, will help us in depicting the full figure. I'm talking about Benjamin Gottlieb. Thank you for being here as well. He's a partner in the dispute resolution group at Schellenberg Wittmer Ltd. In Switzerland. His main areas of practice are international arbitration, as well as domestic and international commercial litigation. His father specializes in and advises clients on the United Nations Convention for International Sales of Goods, but he's also a lecturer at the University of Zurich for International Commercial Arbitration, Contract Law, and the Vienna Sales Convention, and taught advocacy classes in Milan as well. So he was awarded the title of arbitration practitioner by the Swiss Arbitration Academy not too far ago, actually. And also he co-edited a very important commentary on the UN sales law. So I will immediately give the floor to Mr. Gottlieb, that will be speaking about dispute resolution in the food supply chain and which particular challenges actually arise and how to best tackle them. This best maybe depends from the angle you're looking from and at. So thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much, Professor Ricci, and thank you everyone for being here and listening to us and me for the next 4 minutes. I think it will be a bit longer, but the organizer have asked us to finish this panel at 6:10, which is in 4 minutes, so that's a bit of a challenge, but I will try to keep it rather short. I think the next panel has a time limitation, so we will try to be as short as possible, but to give you a bit of my thoughts on food supply chain disputes. I always come in when things go wrong. I'm a disputes lawyer, So a bit of a downer at the end of this evening, of this day. But before I do that, I want to give some positive energy to Professor Ferrante, who organized this conference and invited us and hosted us so kindly. But enough of the fuzzy feelings, let's go back to disputes. Why do I speak about supply chain and more particular about dispute resolution in the supply chain? Those who listened to my colleagues yesterday heard Professor Munoz saying that what consumers actually care about when they buy an ananas is that it looks like an ananas and that it tastes like an ananas, and they don't care so much where it is coming from. While we now know after this two-day conference that that's no longer completely true, people do care where it comes from and how far it traveled. It's also true that for the most part, we are not very conscious about the long travel that the foodstuff that we're consuming and buying actually has traveled in order to be in our basket in the supermarket. And that's why, especially in food law and food-related disputes, the supply chain has a very great importance. And again, it's true that now a lot of initiatives have this farmer-to-table initiatives. Also in my local grocery shop, all the products that are less than, I think, 30 kilometers away, produced 30 kilometers away, are labeled, and there is an initiative to sell more of those goods. But that's only true for certain parts of the world, and of course not for all the foodstuff. Now, the law, including the CISG, tries to ensure the quality and compliance in general, and ESG standards in particular, in the supply chains. And in fact, parties have an obligation to manage risks and to avoid harm. However, these endeavors and these laws and regulations and guidelines remain meaningless if they cannot be enforced, and this is where dispute resolution comes in. And that's why I'm focusing today on dispute resolution within the supply chain. The fact that there are a lot of disputes in supply chains is not surprising. If you think of the many actors that are involved in a supply chain, the fact that they are spread around the world, that a lot of jurisdictions are therefore involved, and that the individual contracts in a supply chain differ greatly from one another. I'll speak later briefly about large construction projects. That is also an area of law where multiple parties have to work together, much like in a supply chain. But there, all the contracts and subcontracts, are in some way related to construction law. Whereas in the supply chain, you have maybe a production agreement, you have a transport agreement, you have a sales agreement. So many different agreements, and also that adds to the complexity and to the likelihood of disputes. And one comment more on the types of irregularities or grounds for disputes that can arise in view of the fact that we spoke a lot about ESG, and rightly so, but of course also the more traditional deficiencies can arise in supply chain disputes, quality issues, quantity issues, of course, and delays is a large part of the supply chain disputes that we see. Moreover, disputes can arise in various stages of a supply chain: farming, production, processing, transportation. We heard yesterday from Professor Schroeter the importance of the cool chain. A lot of chains, the cool chain the supply chain will later speak about the blockchain a bit, but the cool chain is very important. And at a stage of the retail, disputes can arise as well. And earlier this afternoon, Professor Sono reminded us of how supply chains are structured, or food supply chains in particular. Namely, usually there is a chain leader, the manufacturer, and there are upstream and downstream players such as the producers, the processors, retailers, and consumers. And obviously, the chain leader, the manufacturer, is usually the player that has most power, and maybe, as was mentioned by Professor Sono, can impose its ESG guidelines and standards to the entire supply chain, but also in terms of dispute resolution that plays an important role, because obviously also the favorite dispute resolution mechanism, the applicable law, is usually dictated by the strongest member of the chain, namely the chain leader. Now you might ask, what's so different in supply chain disputes from normal disputes? They of course have a lot of similarities, but there are things that differentiate supply chain disputes from other disputes, let's call them normal disputes. I mentioned some of these reasons before, but supply chain disputes are inevitably much more complex than normal, let's say, a supply contract dispute with only two players, the buyer and the seller. We usually have multiple parties that are affected and involved in the disputes. We usually have multiple jurisdictions and, as I mentioned, individual contracts. Furthermore, the legal issues that arise, in my experience, are very different from every supply chain dispute. So you don't have usual cases or usual returning questions that can be dealt with efficiently, but every case is completely different from the other. One maybe more plastic example that shows the role of dispute resolution in a supply chain is the rather recent still event that happened with the transport ship Ever Given that was stuck in the Suez Canal. I'm sure everyone remembers. That had two main effects. The first one was that every law firm in the world used that to issue a newsletter on force majeure. They could recycle what they did for COVID, so that was very convenient for the law firms. The other major and more important effect was that it showed us how critically supply chains are affected by a single boat that was stuck for a couple of days in the Suez Canal. And that triggered a lot of diverse and different legal questions: force majeure, the duty to mitigate damages. So under the force majeure, everyone discussed, was it foreseeable? It happened already years ago. Was it therefore maybe foreseeable? Mitigation of damages, could transport companies use a different route? Caps on damages, and also the question of indirect and consequential damages was an issue in all those cases that actually rose to a dispute that had to be adjudicated. So we can summarize the multiple parties, multiple jurisdictions, multiple contracts is a specific feature of supply chain disputes. And what is particularly interesting in supply chain disputes is the need for an alignment amongst the contracts. Professor Schwenzer discussed the CISG rules, and those are dealing actually with these alignment questions and call it contractual cascading. And that's seeking corresponding assurances from all contractual partners in the supply or value chain. So effective dispute resolution in a supply chain only works if there is sort of an alignment throughout the chain. That's a bit an illusion to have that complete, because sometimes you don't even know all the players in your supply chain, and you certainly not always have the power to impose or to align all the relevant contractual questions in the supply chain. But the ESG rules and guidelines and best practices is one example that, if they should be effective, should be aligned throughout the supply chain. Another of those examples are the dispute resolution clauses. Because imagine the nightmare if you have the farmer with the first carrier having a dispute in the local courts, the processor with the with Walmart, for example, have an arbitration with seat in Switzerland, and a third maybe dispute in another country again before the local courts and the authorities also in the mix. That's completely inefficient. And therefore, the best practice would be to have aligned dispute resolution clause. My conviction is that the best suited dispute resolution mechanism is, of course, arbitration. I'm biased, that's what I do every day. But that's, of course, the dispute resolution mechanism that is most flexible, can be adapted, can make reference from one contract to the other, can be incorporated by reference, can allow for joinder of different parties into an arbitration to consolidate several arbitrations in one, and to let parties intervene in arbitration in one way or another. The best way would be for these supply chains to have very elaborated dispute resolution clause that actually foresee these situations and make reference and include the different contracts in the supply chain. But my experience is that parties are usually not the best drafters of dispute resolution clauses, so that would create more problems than it probably solved. So that's a call for a model arbitration clause for supply chains, and certain efforts are already being made, but that's certainly an interesting topic that could be looked at for further harmonization and unification also in the dispute resolution field, the very same way the CISG is doing it for the substantive law. I'm 7 minutes over my target time, so I will be very brief. I will take 3 more minutes. Alfredo left, I think, the room, so I'm not so scared of him anymore. I want to quickly speak about blockchain disputes and build on what Professor Janssen started in the last panel. Blockchain dispute resolution is a buzzword. That's what Professor Janssen used for smart contracts. And he also said smart contracts are not that smart. I would say blockchain dispute resolution is not so much dispute resolution. No one knows exactly what is meant by blockchain dispute resolution. Everyone has a different idea of what it actually means. I think what the majority means when they refer to that is the possibility to resolve disputes on the blockchain, and for that, a particular dispute or problem or issue would be thrown to a jury of multiple members on the blockchain. They are all anonymous, no one knows who they are, and they vote in favor of one party or the other, and they're incentivized by cryptocurrency or money if they vote together with the majority of all other jurors. So they're not actually applying law, it's more a random result generator. And also the incentives, in my view, are very critical, because if you take an example of an older person, maybe not so experienced with contracts and has no help, against a very big insurance company, they have their insurance contract on the blockchain and a dispute arises. All the jurors will have the instinct to vote in favor of the older person against this big insurance company, because they will probably think the others will vote that way as well. So it doesn't really matter what the dispute is about, it matters more who will be the majority and how will I earn more money. That's not dispute resolution, that's not application of the law, that's basically a game. I think in a personal conversation with Professor Janssen, he called it sort of the gamification of law, and I would completely agree with that. It also raises serious concerns of constitutional rights, right to be heard, right to an independent and impartial judge, right to judicial proceedings that are based in law, etc. So I'm very, very critical of blockchain dispute resolution. There are other concepts where the dispute is taken off the blockchain, but then that's, again, nothing else than normal arbitration and does not need to be addressed under the title of blockchain dispute resolution. I will end with just a couple of hints on why dispute resolution, especially with relation to food items and food stuff, is different, and that's why we're all gathering the last 2 days for this conference. My thoughts were that maybe in food disputes, speed can be of essence. For example, the cool chain related disputes. So if you need quick decisions in order not to have food waiting for a decision for months and months in a port, that would render any dispute moot because it's perishable. And the second thought I think is important to discuss in one form or another is how do we deal with food regulations. So the speakers before me have addressed this topic under Article 35 of the CISG or any corresponding provision of domestic laws. And I fully, of course, agree with that. But there are other strategic, and now I'm speaking as a disputes lawyer, ways to look at it. One could look at that as a force majeure issue, legal impediment. One could look at food and health regulations as mandatory laws that try to override the otherwise applicable rules to the contract. And also the complex issue of mandatory jurisdictions. So states will want to exercise control of certain of these disputes directly and will not leave those to private dispute resolution, especially if personal injury cases, as well as general food and health cases, human rights cases, will be probably subject to exclusive jurisdiction. With that, I really thank you for your patience and indulging me 12 minutes over what I hoped I could make it. But thank you very much. It was a pleasure and an honor, and we're here for questions, probably 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb. The master here is showing there's no time right now to open for Q&A session, but maybe we can keep it warm for later, because I know there's a Zoom connection that we have to keep safe before that. So thanks anyway. It was very, again, also for an international lawyer, very interesting, and the same invitation to start thinking on how to develop a new, let's say, format, uniform code for arbitration in this matter. It's a very nice idea, very good, and I think profitable for all the stakeholders. And maybe the same multi-stakeholders approach could be applied here, as it was in some legislation that was mentioned yesterday on food waste, valorization and mitigation. It happened also in Italy with Legge Gadda. It worked very well. And the final scope is to diminish the dispute rate. That's why I think that Pavia is open for a future event in case. So I think Alfredo will be actually able to again gather you again, and maybe to gather other stakeholders of the supply chain that you mentioned. So thank you a lot. Bye now. So hopefully, if I may, later I have my own questions for you both. Thank you, and we'll leave the floor to the following panels.
Welcome to this last session of this conference. This time it will be a round table on the Italian authorized translation on the legal guide to uniform instruments in the area of international commercial contracts with a focus on sales, which is a guide drafted by the Secretariat of UNCITRAL of the Hague Convention on Private International Law and of UNIDROIT, with the contribution of 5 experts coming from different countries and from different legal traditions, and 2 of them are our speakers today. So Professor Pilar Peralles Vizcasillas, who holds the chair of comparative law at the University of Carlos III of Madrid, and Hiro Sono, who is professor at the Hokkaido University Law School. And then we will have other 3 speakers. The first 3 speakers, Anna Veneziano, Deputy Secretary General of the UNIDROIT and Professor of Comparative Law at the University of Teramo, who participated in the development of the tripartite guide as UNIDROIT representative. Luca Castellani, Legal Officer of the UNCITRAL Secretariat, that coordinated the preparation of the tripartite guide, who is online, I think. And Alfredo Ferrante, our host, and I take the occasion to thank him also. So as a representative of the Department of Law of our university, he is a colleague of mine, and I think that this conference was really very important for our university and for our department. So the first 3 speakers will speak in Italian, as it is a question of translation in Italian, and so Professor Ferrante told me that the round table will organize like that. So the first three speakers will speak in Italian and the last 2 in English. So I'll give the floor to Anna Veneziano.
Thank you very much, Professor Rossolillo, also for the introduction. I will say 2 words in English and then I will speak in Italian as promised. But the 2 words are, first of all, to wholeheartedly thank Alfredo for not only for the very kind invitation for having us here and for organizing this wonderful conference, but also and especially for the translation, this enormous work of translation of the guide, which is exceptional, and we are really very grateful for everything that you have done. And the second thing that I wanted to say in English is that I'm so happy to see so many wonderful colleagues and friends here, and I'm so sorry that I could not participate to the whole conference. It's my regret. I hope to be able to read you or to hear the streaming if it's possible to do so, and but very happy to see you here. E ora in italiano, perché appunto stiamo presentando la guida giuridica agli strumenti internazionali di diritto uniforme che si applicano in particolare al contratto di vendita internazionale. E quindi ci siamo un po' divisi i compiti con Luca Castellani e io dirò 2 parole sulla storia di questa guida, come mai è stata elaborata e la ragione perché la guida è così utile, è così importante, e perché la sua traduzione italiana, l'italiano non è una lingua ufficiale della guida, perché la guida è stata tradotta in tutte le lingue delle Nazioni Unite e quindi quelle sono le traduzioni ufficiali, ma siamo molto contenti di avere una traduzione ulteriore e forse anche altre traduzioni in futuro, e perché è importante tradurla anche in italiano. Quindi dal punto di vista della storia, questo è un progetto che risale, addirittura una proposta che risale addirittura al 2016, quindi ha avuto una lunga storia, e la proposta viene da UNCITRAL, che appunto nel suo ruolo di coordinamento ha lanciato l'idea di una guida che venisse elaborata dai segretariati, quindi non uno strumento legislativo, ma uno strumento per la miglior comprensione del diritto uniforme esistente e per il miglior coordinamento del lavoro delle organizzazioni internazionali. E alla fine questa proposta è stata accettata e quindi i segretariati hanno lavorato insieme, devo dire molto bene. Vorrei anche menzionare Ning Chao, che aveva partecipato per la HCCH, oltre ovviamente a Luca Castellani, e soprattutto non avremmo mai potuto fare questo lavoro senza gli esperti. Sono loro che hanno lavorato e quindi hanno anche lavorato, devo dire, con grande generosità, perché era un progetto che non aveva un particolare budget. Siamo stati aiutati da Stefan Vogenauer per poterci vedere un paio di volte di persona, come ricordo. E allora chi sono questi esperti? Neil Cohen, Lauro Gama, Hiro Sono, che è qui con noi, Pilares Viscasillas e anche appunto Stefan Vogenauer. Allora, perché questa guida è importante e perché è importante che sia stata tradotta in italiano? Prima di tutto è importante per far conoscere l'esistenza stessa degli strumenti di diritto uniforme, in questo caso alla comunità giuridica italiana. Ora sembrerebbe quasi una tautologia, bisognerebbe conoscere il diritto applicabile o comunque l'esistenza di strumenti di diritto uniforme. Questo non è sempre il caso. È vero che in Italia abbiamo avuto alcuni dei landmark cases della Convenzione di Vienna, della CISG, come per esempio il conosciutissimo Tribunale di Vigevano, sempre citato, ma è anche vero che questo è un ambito nel quale in realtà la conoscenza da parte di coloro che ogni giorno applicano il diritto, oppure semplicemente che aiutano le parti nell'elaborazione dei loro contratti e delle clausole di scelta del diritto applicabile, non è sempre ben conosciuta. E l'esempio che posso fare con riferimento alla CSG è che addirittura in alcune lezioni che ho fatto, in cui c'era la partecipazione di giudici anche di alto livello, non era sempre chiaro il fatto che questo strumento sia parte integrante del diritto positivo degli Stati che hanno ratificato la Convenzione stessa, e quindi non si tratta di una scelta se applicarlo o meno, ma in realtà è uno strumento che va applicato come parte e va però interpretato tenendo conto del suo carattere internazionale, come in realtà questa guida giuridica non si stanca mai di ripetere per tutti gli strumenti di diritto uniforme. Quindi questo per quanto riguarda la conoscenza. Anche adesso Luca Castellani parlerà meglio di quali sono gli strumenti che la guida tiene particolarmente in considerazione e per i quali offre una spiegazione del loro contenuto e del modo in cui possono essere utilizzati. Sono i tre principali strumenti, sono stati per la HCCH i principi per la scelta del diritto applicabile. Per quanto riguarda Ancitral sicuramente la CSG, e per quanto riguarda l'UNIDROIT i principi UNIDROIT dei contratti commerciali internazionali. Però ci sono anche altri strumenti che sono menzionati e che sono resi, insomma, il cui ruolo è reso più chiaro nella guida, e che sono stati elaborati da queste organizzazioni e anche da altre organizzazioni attive nel commercio internazionale, come per esempio l'ICC o organizzazioni regionali. Ma per quanto riguarda la seconda ragione per cui è importante che questa guida esista e sia stata anche tradotta in italiano, è che non soltanto è importante conoscere l'esistenza stessa degli strumenti, ma anche la loro utilità, il beneficio che possono avere. E qui vorrei fare l'esempio dei principi UNIDROIT, dei contratti commerciali internazionali, che sono così flessibili nella loro applicazione, che è importante che le parti del contratto, ma gli avvocati che le assistono, i giudici, gli arbitri, sappiano della flessibilità e dei possibili molteplici usi che queste che questi principi possono avere, dalla applicazione diretta nel contratto come diritto applicabile a una applicazione indiretta come strumento di interpretazione, a un'applicazione molto più comune di quello che non si pensi, che è quella di aiutare le parti, soprattutto in un arbitrato, ma non solo, a trovare una soluzione a una controversia che si è verificata dopo che il contratto è stato concluso, magari senza una clausola specifica di scelta del diritto applicabile, quindi in situazioni per esempio di mediazione o di arbitrato. E ultima ragione per cui è importante che questa guida sia stata elaborata prima di tutto e in secondo luogo anche sia stata tradotta in italiano, è che esistono numerosi strumenti di diritto uniforme che sono stati elaborati da organizzazioni diverse e che hanno caratteristiche diverse, e quindi la guida serve ad aiutare a navigare all'interno di questi strumenti, a capire come possono interagire al meglio tra di loro e a spiegare che in realtà non si tratta di una sovrapposizione, non si tratta di una esistenza di strumenti che diciamo in qualche modo non interagiscono tra di loro. Al contrario, è un panorama molto utile per coloro che vogliono appunto applicare il diritto uniforme, conoscerlo e applicarlo al loro contratto di vendita. La vendita, perché appunto tutto è nato dalla CISG e dall'interesse dell'UNCITRAL a chiarire il modo attraverso il quale questi strumenti possono essere applicati al contratto di vendita. Quindi finirei qua dicendo che questo strumento è stato adottato, anzi è stata autorizzata la pubblicazione da parte sia di UNCITRAL che della HCH che dell'UNIDROIT nel 2020, e quindi gli strumenti che sono menzionati lì sono gli strumenti che erano stati adottati fino a quel momento. Il lavoro delle organizzazioni internazionali continua, quindi noi stiamo monitorando, teniamo conto di questo e vediamo se insomma sarà poi in futuro necessario addirittura intervenire nuovamente e introdurre i nuovi strumenti che le nostre organizzazioni stanno elaborando in questo settore. Grazie mille, io finisco qua e passo subito la parola, se posso, alla nostra.
I don't know if I have to speak in Italian or English, but thank you very much, especially for having underlined the importance of having a clearer picture of the coordination of the various instruments of international commercial law, which is really a difficult task. And now I give the floor to Luca Castellani, who should be online. Okay, you have the floor.
Grazie mille. Buonasera, scusatemi davvero se non sono con voi. Non ho potuto a causa di altri impegni. Devo dire che Alfredo ha fatto un lavoro straordinario sia con la preparazione di questa guida, la traduzione, ma anche con questa bellissima conferenza con tanti amici. Mi macchio di un crimine ancora peggiore se voi pensate che innanzitutto il mio maestro è stato preside a Pavia, non recentissimamente, intorno ai primi anni 60, però permettetemi di dire, Rodolfo Sacco ha lasciato un segno. E Alfredo in realtà credo che abbia preso la sua cattedra di diritto privato comparato. Ma anche a livello personale io qualche anno dopo, ma insomma a metà strada tra quei tempi ed oggi, venivo a Pavia con un'altra docente che mi è molto cara, Roberta Luffi, per insegnare sistemi giuridici e il diritto islamico, una grande specialista di diritto islamico. Dunque ho dei bei ricordi, mi sarebbe molto piaciuto rinverdire questi ricordi, non è stato possibile, speriamo ci sia un'altra occasione presto. Anna ha già detto molto sul contenuto della guida, mi farebbe piacere aggiungere qualche considerazione, qualche prospettiva. Stranamente, diciamo, in questa ottica global, I giuristi italiani hanno contribuito tanto non solo alla redazione di questa guida, perché Anna era lì, io ero anche lì, siccome la proposta, come ha detto Anna, venne da Uncitral, ma fu originata da un'altra persona che oggi è in sala e che ci tengo a salutare, Ingeborg Schwenzer, perché lei mandò una proposta per un lavoro di codificazione in materia di diritto delle obbligazioni all'Uncitral in occasione del 35° anniversario della CISG, e questa proposta aveva i suoi meriti, però per altri motivi non fu accettata, però fu richiesto di fare una serie di conferenze in quello che si chiama stock taking sullo stato della CSG, e da queste conferenze emerse che sarebbe stato utile e possibile preparare questa guida che offre un panorama ampio, coordinato. Anna ha detto bene le 3 organizzazioni, dunque c'è una prima fase di diritto internazionale privato dove direi che si usano i principi della conferenza dell'AIA come un trampolino per spiegare svariate tematiche, non soltanto in materia di diritto internazionale privato classico, ma anche in materia di arbitrato. E poi dopo si passa alla Convenzione di Vienna sulla vendita internazionale di beni mobili, ma anche, e qui saluto Iro, temo che lui non capisca l'italiano, non credo, non mi ha mai dato segnale di capire l'italiano, ma lui si è fatto carico della parte sulla convenzione sulla la prescrizione nei contratti di vendita internazionali, e questo è molto importante perché quest'anno è il 50° dell'adozione di questo trattato, che fu considerato con interesse in Italia ai tempi, sebbene vi siano, ogni tanto si vedono contraenti italiani a cui questa convenzione si applica, per esempio in caso di affari con i Balcani, dove ci sono svariati stati che sono parte e dove si può applicare. Dunque una convenzione che io non dimenticherei, ma terrei presente, sapendo bene anche quali sono le conseguenze della prescrizione in merito ad un'eventuale causa. Anna ha anche detto, ovviamente la terza parte, Anna ha detto molto bene i principi UNIDROIT, però lì non sta a me, ma sta a lei dire che dietro c'è anche un italiano, il professor Bonelli, come motore di questi principi UNIDROIT. Dunque troviamo molta italianità in tutti questi testi. E devo dire che all'Uncitral, a livello per esempio di gruppi di lavoro, qualche anno fa su 6 gruppi avevamo ben 2 presidenti, 2 donne, oltretutto italiane, Maria Chiara Malaguti, che adesso è presidente dell'UNIDROIT, e la professoressa Giusella Finocchiaro dell'Università di Bologna. Dunque abbiamo avuto una buona rappresentanza. Forse dove abbiamo, diciamo, un panorama un po' più in chiaroscuro è quando entriamo in merito. Hanno già accennato la conoscenza di questi testi, ma io credo che però vi siano anche molti specialisti che conoscono il tema, e in questa materia io vorrei fare un appello pavese, ma non solo pavese, a tutti i colleghi in ascolto. Aiutateci, dico aiutateci, aiutate Anna, aiutate me. Abbiamo bisogno di sapere quando ci sono delle sentenze di merito interessanti che applicano questi testi. Anna ne ha bisogno specialmente per i principi UNIDROIT, io ne ho bisogno specialmente per la Convenzione di Vienna, la Convenzione sulla prescrizione. È possibile preparare non sono neanche delle note a sentenza, sono dei riassunti, cosiddetti case abstract. Se ne avete, fatecelo sapere, perché di solito noi vediamo le decisioni delle Corti Supreme, non vediamo invece le Corti di Merito, che spesso sono molto interessanti, c'è anche solo a livello di Corte d'Appello. E poi c'è un po' la questione, diciamo, un pochino più generale legata al fatto che a livello di adozione questi testi sono molto interessanti, però per promuovere l'uniformazione o perlomeno l'armonizzazione e la modernizzazione del diritto commerciale bisognerebbe adottarli. tante volte possono essere adottati dalle parti, principio dell'autonomia della volontà, principio di autonomia contrattuale, ma tante altre volte no. Ed è, diciamo, qualche anno che l'Italia in questo senso, diciamo, che pensa ad altro, ad altre priorità, per quanto va sottolineato che l'Italia è stato uno degli stati che ha fatto entrare in vigore la CISG, perché nell'86 ha depositato lo stesso giorno con gli Stati Uniti d'America e la Cina strumento di ratifica che poi dopo ha fatto entrare in vigore. Però non voglio dire, perché c'è sempre la possibilità di smentita, non voglio dire che da quel glorioso giorno della fine del 1986 non è successo più niente, però Anna mi aggiornerà forse in replica a questo mio intervento, ma ho l'impressione non è successo tantissimo. Ci sono state, per quel che riguarda l'UNCI, tra la firma di un paio di trattati, le regole di Rotterdam e più recentemente la Convenzione di Pechino sugli effetti della vendita giudiziaria di navi, che però talvolta questi trattati richiedono un coordinamento comunitario per la ratifica. Però non c'è stata un'adesione vera e propria di trattati. Forse abbiamo un'opportunità adesso perché l'Italia come membro del G7 ha dato il proprio supporto all'adozione del nostro modello di legge sui titoli di credito elettronici, forse c'è questa speranza. Però diciamo c'è un chiaroscuro e per concludere negli 7-8 minuti che mi sono stati dati, devo dire che oggettivamente questa guida ben tradotta, speriamo anche che poi i lettori la trovino ben redatta, ma sicuramente gli esperti hanno fatto un lavoro straordinario e anche, come ha detto bene Anna, non remunerato, dunque sono doppiamente meritevoli, ma speriamo che sia di interesse e che possa dare nuovo impulso a questi studi di diritto privato comparato e diritto uniforme dei contratti che hanno questa bellissima tradizione in Italia e che hanno giustamente anche un loro centro strategico a pochi metri, poche decine di metri dal Quirinale in Roma con la sede dell'UNIDROIT alla Villa Aldobrandini. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Professor Castellani. Now I give the floor to Professor Alfredo Ferrante. I think he will focus on the difficulties of translation of legal text, which is, by the way, a subject that on which we studied a lot here in Pavia because we had a Master of Second Degree on Languages and Law, Language and Law, and focus also on translation, and a summer school on these issues. So I'm very much interested on these aspects. Please.
I really would like to thank everybody, and I switch in Italian because this is in Italian translation, and for this reason we need to speak Italian just to try to understand some difficulties or choices that I made about this. Innanzitutto devo dire molte grazie a tantissime persone, grazie alle 3 istituzioni, grazie a Anna Veneziano che ha fatto lo sforzo di essere qui, grazie a Luca Castellani che ha fatto lo sforzo di dedicare il tempo qua nonostante avrebbe voluto esserci. Ve lo posso giurare che voleva esserci ma non ha potuto presenziare a questo evento. Grazie a avere il privilegio di avere 2 autori qua e qui dico che Iro si era sbagliato prima perché Sapporo non solo è conosciuta per i Giochi Olimpici e la birra ma per un grande autore che è Iro Sono. Sorry, Iro, you have done a mistake before because there are 3 reasons. Because Sapporo is famous, the third is you. So, grazie anche a Giuffre che ha fatto la scelta di promuovere questa guida e prego intanto proiettare dove sarà pubblicata nella pagina web di UniDroit. In fondo alla pagina, ora scorrerete, ci saranno altre lingue cliccando lì ci sarà la possibilità già da ora di scaricare il PDF Open Access a tutte le persone. Giuffre lo metterà da domani anche nel suo portale, nel portale UE e nel portale di diritto internazionale e nella sua pagina web. L'idea è divulgare, come diceva Anna, come diceva Luca, il più possibile questi strumenti. E una ragione per divulgarlo è tradurli in più lingue, di qui l'idea di farlo. E entrando un po' nel dettaglio, possiamo ritornare qua e essenzialmente vi racconto un attimo come viene strutturata la scelta di tradurlo. Innanzitutto l'idea è fare la traduzione il più possibile fedele alla traduzione inglese. Di lì si sceglie di adottare lo stesso stile letterario, la struttura sintattica che ha. Quindi anche laddove un italiano avrebbe potuto fare altre scelte in ordine di tradurlo più liberamente, l'idea principale è questa. Laddove fosse un pochino più discorsiva la traduzione francese, si è optato per dirigerci su quella. Quindi il punto di riferimento è la traduzione inglese, salvo alcune sfumature che sono fatte nella traduzione francese, ma stiamo parlando di stile letterario, quindi l'aspetto giuridico rimane intatto. Già il CER ha rilevato l'interazione tra lingua e diritto, c'è una vera traduttologia giuridica nel diritto comparato italiano e quindi di lì varie metodologie di tradurre. Ora, quando traduciamo un testo specifico, dobbiamo attenerci e cercare di capire quale può essere la traduzione non migliore, ma quella che più si confà all'idea. Quindi partiamo dal presupposto che in italiano molte volte usiamo terminologie giuridiche che non sono italiane e soprattutto le usiamo prendendole dal common law. Possiamo prenderle anche dal tedesco, Nachfrist, o da altre lingue. Quindi l'idea è, da una parte, mantenere nella traduzione italiana alcune terminologie come quella che ho appena detto tedesca o altre che possono essere o confarsi di più allo stile giuridico dell'italiano. Quindi soft law, opt-in. Chiaramente però lì già abbiamo un problema, perché? Perché quando conosciamo il soft law la guida parla anche dell'esatto contrario, che è hard law, ma chiaramente noi usiamo solo soft law, quindi da una parte ho deciso di tradurre hard law come diritto coercibile, ma di mantenere soft law, in modo che il giurista o il futuro studente, speriamo lo studino, si confaccia di più alla terminologia che viene praticata, e di qui la scelta di usare gli acronimi in inglese di CISG e di ICC. Un altro aspetto che voglio dire è che c'è un altro tipo di traduzione dove viene tradotta perché si incomincia a conoscere la terminologia giuridica in italiano, ma viene conosciuta nell'ambiente internazionale quella inglese. Quindi si potrà parlare di inadempimento anticipato del contratto, ma poi, tra virgolette, si manterrà il linguaggio tecnico che è anticipatory breach, no? E quindi con vari aspetti di questa cosa. Per esempio, Black Letter Rule viene tradotto come disposizione, illustration viene tradotto come casi ipotetici, ma siccome è una traduzione che tecnicamente si rivà più anche tra i giuristi italiani alla nomenclatura inglese, si decide di lasciare anche quella inglese. Ho deciso di tenere più fedele possibile la traduzione e quindi ci sono delle scelte. Non abbiamo una traduzione ufficiale della Convenzione di Vienna italiana, ma ce l'abbiamo in Svizzera, quindi nella misura più possibile, quando parliamo della terminologia della Convenzione di Vienna, la scelta è stata usare quella che è ufficiale in un altro paese, che è la Svizzera. Troveranno espressioni nella guida che potrebbero dire perché non sono state armonizzate. Se voi andate, vedrete che si parlerà di oggetti mobili corporali, che suona antiquato, e da un'altra parte beni mobili corporei. È stata scelta l'idea che il giurista italiano ha fatto nel momento di pubblicare i testi in Gazzetta Ufficiale. Quindi troverete da una parte vendita, da una parte compravendita, perché in quel testo legale la legge di ratifica ha scelto questa cosa, quindi ho scelto di fare questo aspetto. E a parte questo, poi ci sono problemi più di fondo che il traduttore giurista, e insomma, il professor Sacco ne sa qualcosa, insomma, Barbara Pozzo e altri ne sanno molto meglio di me, deve confrontarsi, con cui si deve confrontare. Agency. Come traduciamo agency? Perché abbiamo una traduzione ufficiale all'italiano dei principi di droit che usa una terminologia giuridica diversa del nostro codice civile. E quindi quando c'è riferimento il più possibile all'utilizzazione dentro del codice civile, metto la terminologia che il codice civile utilizza. E di lì, quindi, principal e agent vengono tradotti come predisponente e come agente, quando in altri testi come un droit sarebbero rappresentato e rappresentanti. Non abbiamo tempo qui per entrare nello specifico delle ragioni per cui agency ha un concetto a volte differente in common law dal civil law e dal diritto continentale, e quindi insomma qui è solo l'idea di fare alcune sfarinature, poi nella premessa introduttiva avete più notizie. Quindi c'è il problema, no, anche dell'utilizzazione dell'intermediario, del rappresentante, eccetera, eccetera. Sempre in relazione lì. Poi dobbiamo prendere in considerazione i fake friends, quindi dove offerta e proposta si invertono nel diritto italiano, e quindi ritrovate la terminologia che il codice civile utilizza, che è il contrario di offered and proposed. E sempre volendo essere fedele alla guida, si decide di utilizzare un linguaggio che sembrerebbe antiquato se letto in italiano, ma penso che sia appropriato perché è uno strumento globale. E quindi barter noi lo potremmo tradurre come permuta, ma viene tradotto come baratto, perché effettivamente, essendo uno strumento internazionale, in alcuni contesti barter continua a essere baratto. Quindi c'è questo aspetto. E nel frattempo la guida è stata pubblicata qualche anno fa, ci sono stati dei testi che erano in stampa e che ora sono stampati. Nella guida troverete la versione letterale e quindi saranno ancora in corso di stampa. L'attualizzazione viene fatta nella premessa. Quindi, per esempio, il riferimento al codice civile cinese c'è nella premessa, ma nella traduzione della guida rimane fedele, perché di questo si trattava. E quindi di altri vari aspetti. Quindi, in definitiva, qual è il messaggio che voglio dire? Che nonostante cerchiamo, e di qui la voglia di globalizzare, ci troviamo di fronte a che la cross-fertilization, e qui uso una parola inglese, è problematica quando vogliamo introdurre dei concetti in un mondo armonizzato, che ormai va e tende più al sistema misto, dove il civil law e il common law, il diritto continentale e quello legato agli aspetti giurisprudenziali, separerebbero. Quindi spero che questa guida serva a tutti i giuristi, agli avvocati, soprattutto agli studenti, perché penso che sia, mi permetto di dire, un grandissimo manuale di studio, handbooks, per dirlo, e quindi grazie di nuovo alla possibilità che mi hanno dato le tre istituzioni e a Giuffre, che ha creduto in questo progetto in maniera disinteressata, e insomma rendere pubblico, open, una cosa in questi tempi dove non è facile fare queste cose. Bisogna ringraziarli anche perché sono stati veramente bravi anche nell'editing, perché ogni tanto uno deve editare e rieditare, e sono sempre stati pazienti in farlo. Quindi sicuramente ci sarà qualche rifuso, mi immagino, perché la perfezione non esiste, però l'idea è di augurarvi una buona consultazione, studio o analisi, dipendendo da quello che volete fare con questa guida. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. I imagine it has been really a huge job to translate this text, because having participated in some seminars on translation and law, I know how difficult it is to translate legal text. And I also know that Swiss Italian in Switzerland, Swiss legal Italian is not exactly the same as legal Italian, but because I was in a Swiss university to present this master, and they explained me that there are many terms that do not coincide with legal Italian. So thank you very much, and now I give the floor to Professor Pilar Perales Vizcasillas. I already told you that she was one of the experts that participated in the drafting of these tripartite guides, and please.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here and very honored to be invited to be able to speak here, so thank you very much, Alfredo. And also, let me thank you again to the three sister institutions, UNCITRAL, UNIDROIT, and the Hague Convention, because really it was an honor at that time when I received the invitation to participate in this task, to be able to work in this fascinating project that we've seen the light in the English version, and now we're seeing the Italian translation. So congratulations, Alfredo, because I think this is an enormous task, a very important one for the Italian community. And it's clear, I mean, it has to be in Italian. That's the first translation. It was done in Italian because the Italian connection with the legal guide is very clear. So we have Anna Veneziano, here UNIDROIT, of course, with the headquarters in Rome, Luca Castellani from UNCITRAL, who's also Italian, and now the Italian connection with the University of Pavia and with Professor Ferrante. So it's clear that it was clear that the Italian was the right choice for the first translation of the legal guide. Also, I have to say that, and talking now about the process of the drafting the legal guide, it was indeed that there were some experts that we were invited to work, but at the end of the day, it is, of course, the work of the three organizations, of course, with our input or the input of the expert, but I have to say that to the same level of the expert, there were three persons that I would like to mention, because tremendous work that they did at that time. For me, they were at the same level, the 8 authors, I would say, of the legal guide, and that's precisely Anna Veneziano, of course, Luca Castellani, and Nin Sao. So I want to also to mention, because the input, the work they did was extremely valuable, and I think it was a joint effort. We were happy indeed to cooperate in that regard. Also, let me also point out, because here this week, as you know, we are having the meeting of the CISG Advisory Council, and I have to say that among the experts that we were working with the sister institutions, the 3 institutions in the developing of this guide, also Professor Lauro Gama is also a member of the CISG Advisory Council, so I think also it's also good to remind about this, and of course, let me also name Professor Cohen and Professor Bogenauer. Also, Professor Bogenauer was kindly enough to host us in presence meeting, and that was also very, very nice in terms of working in the legal guide. So, as important as having uniform legal tests as we have throughout the 3 organizations, it's also important to promote the legal test. And that's also an important aspect that I think has been taken care wonderful by the legal guide. The legal guide offers the coordination of the amount of instruments that we find among the 3 sister organizations, but not only them, because there are also the work done by other institutions that are also mentioned in the legal guide. So it's not only the 3 numerous works done by the 3 organizations, but also other important instruments done by other institutions like the ICC, and you were mentioning them, are also considered throughout the guide. Of course, the main aspect is to conjugate the three, the amount of tests done by the three organizations. And of course, the choice of the international sale of goods was a logical one, because it's the most important contract in the area of private international law, of international commercial contract. And indeed, the three organizations have worked very intensively in this area, producing, the numerous tests that are referred in the guide and are harmoniously connected and explained to the public. So I think it's the legal guide in the more than, or almost, no, precisely 100. I don't know in the Italian translation how many pages, but in the English one is like 100 pages without the annexes. So in those 100 pages, you find really the key aspects, the nuclear aspect of the international sale of goods. It is 143. I guess this is also with the annexes in the Italian translation. But, it's an important tool that gives you a clear idea on how the international sale of goods works within the different legal tests, hard law, soft law, and other kind of instruments that applies in the area. I think the timing of the legal guide was the right one. That was the beginning. It was Luca Castellani that referred at the in origin of the project, 2016. With the failure of the so-called Swiss proposal at UNCITRAL. That's when the US delegation proposed to work in the area of the international sale of goods, and that I think that was a good proposal. Of course, that was assumed later on by the three organizations. That was, put the beginning of the work in this area. And I think it was the right moment because at that time, UNIDROIT did finish the 4th edition of the UNIDROIT principles. The Hague Convention had this important test on the area of conflict of law, let's say the cousin of the UNIDROIT principles, but in the area of private international law, the 2015 principles. And also because we realized at that time that the so-called regional unification of contract law was also failing. So therefore, I think it was the time actually for, take and assume a way forward or a way to move forward and to promote and to improve the knowledge and use of the instruments in this area of international sale of goods. I think it was the right time and the right moment. As I said, of course, the backbone of the guide, of the entire guide, is the international sale of goods, and of course, therein, the CISG plays a very important role. That is very logical because now, as you probably are aware, is the law of almost a little bit less than 100 states, and therefore is one of the most, if not the most successful instrument in the area of international commercial contracts. And therefore it was logical to do the work in this area. Of course, the legal guide does not take a firm position in many of the controversial issues that arise under the international sale of goods contracts. That's not the purpose of the legal guide. And, but of course, guide the readers throughout, the most important issues and questions that arise in the international sale of goods transaction. But as I said, without really taking a really hard, fast rule on, very complicated issues. For example, one of the most delicate questions that we have in relation with the international sale of goods contracts is the relationship between the UNIDROIT principles and the CISG in terms of interpretation and gut feeling. And as long as you read the guide, you might think, well, maybe here they are taking a position in this regard, or maybe not, but at the end of the day, if you coordinate the whole guide, you will see that there is not a position. Of course, there is an inclination of the kind of working together of the two instruments, and that is made throughout the legal guide in a very elegant and concise way. But you actually will not find, from my perspective at least, a strong position on that kind of relationship, but indeed a greater clarification on how the instruments will work in relation with the international sale of goods. Also, I think, and that's something in the guide that I like very much, is that the guide also gives the reader the specific key aspects of the relationship of the international sale of goods contracts with other contracts, mainly distribution contracts, agency contracts, barter, counter-trade, the whole relationship also with electronic contracting and the electronic instrument in that area. And that is something that I like really a lot from the guide, because that really gives you the whole picture, the whole perspective of the CISG, which is not, of course, alone in the world of international commercial contract, but also in the world of the applicable law, in the world of other contracts. So actually, of course, it's not possible to go into the details, but as I said, this idea of going beyond the four corners of the typical international sale of goods contracts, I think, is one of the most interesting things that you will find in the legal guide. And with this, I think I finish now, and thank you so much again.
Thank you very much. And now, as the time is running, I give the floor immediately to Professor Hirosono.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Professor Rosoliro, if I pronounced your name correctly. And I also would like to thank Professor Ferrante again for the invitation and for giving me the chance to speak again. And I also wanted to congratulate Professor Ferrante for the publication of the Italian version of the tripartite guide. I learned that it is published by the publishing house of Giuffre, to pronounce it correctly. I remember that this is the publishing house that published the prestigious Bianca Bonnell commentary on the CISG. So congratulations for that again. All right. Okay, I will be talking about the limitations conventions, or there are two instruments on the limitation periods that are explained in the tripartite guide. Pilar has, Professor Pilar Pelares Viscasas has emphasized that it is not only having a uniform text, it is the promotion is also important. I think that is true. And since the two instruments on the limitation period are less known than the CISG, I will take this opportunity to briefly explain what those two instruments are and what they say, and their relationship. Most jurisdictions have rules that provides certain time limits for bringing claims to courts or to arbitration. In civil jurisdictions, they are called prescription periods or extinctive prescription periods. In common law jurisdictions, they are called, excuse me, they're called statute of limitations. And conceptually, they are different because prescription periods are more a substantive law rule that provides extinction of a claim by the lapse of time, while the statute of limitations provides procedural bars to bringing claims to courts. But despite this difference, functionally, they both provide, well, they are both rules that bars bringing claim to the court due to the limitation, due to the lapse of time. It bars the exercise of rights in legal proceedings. The neutral term that was employed in the international instruments for these rules is the limitation period. And that is not a term that we usually use in domestic law, but that is what the term that is used in international instruments. And as I said, there are two instruments that provide limitation periods. One is the 1974 Convention on the Limitation Period in the International Sale of Goods, which is known as the Limitation Convention for short. This is an UNSTRL instrument, and it happens to be the very first uniform law instrument that came out of UNSTRL. The second was the Hamburg Rules, and the third was the 1980 CISG. The Limitation Convention deals with limitation periods for claims arising out of international sale of goods, and it was intended to supplement the CISG, which was still in the making in 1974. The Limitation Convention, well, the UNSTRL did not wait until the completion of the CISG because they had to prove that they are a viable player in the field of unification of private law. Since it was established in 1968, if they had waited until 1980, there would be no product on this international sales, and that would be too long. They needed a product earlier than that, and that was one reason why they carved out a limitation period and made that into an independent convention. So, but in 1980, the CISG was completed, and at that time, UNSTRL have decided to align the scope of application of the limitation period and the CISG, and there is a 1980 protocol for that for that purpose. So, as a result of that protocol, the amended limitation convention and the CISG have the same rule on the scope of application, and it is often said that the limitation convention and the CISG are sisters. The limitation convention being the older sister. However, unlike the CISG that has its genesis in the UNIDROIT's Hague Sales Law conventions, the limitation convention was developed originally by the UNSTRL. And the limitation convention has entered into force in August 1, 1988, which is 7 months after the CISG came into force. And currently there are 30 contracting states to the limitation convention, and among them 23 are parties to the 1980 protocol, which has the same scope as the CISG, and 7 are parties to the older unamended limitation convention. The rules on the limitation convention, limitation period under that convention is that the limitation period is for 4 years. 4 years, commencing on the date which the right accrues. In other words, when the right can be exercised. So it's an objective commencement point. That is the rule under the limitation convention. As for the UNIDROIT principles, the second rule, the second instrument that deals with limitation periods is the UNIDROIT principles. The 1994 edition, the very first edition of the UNIDROIT principles did not have principles on limitation periods. It first appeared in the 2004 edition, and it remains the same in the more recent 2010 and 2016 editions. The UNIDROIT principles of 2004 is 30 years younger than the 1974 limitation convention, and that has influenced
well, that has caused some difference in the limitation period. The largest difference is that, well, there are two differences. One is that the limitation period is for 3 years, 1 year shorter than the limitation convention, and the commencement point is another difference. It is not, they employ not an objective commencement period, a commencement time, but instead they employ a subjective commencement time, which is that the period starts to run when the creditor knows or ought to know the facts that allows the creditor to exercise the right. So that means that if the creditor never knows or never should have known that it has a right that it can exercise, the limitation period will never start to run. But that should be fixed. So what the unilateral principle did is that it also employed an objective commencement time, and which is the time when the right can be exercised. And for that commencement period, for that limitation period, the period is 10 years. So that's a different, and the more modern limitation period statutes, domestic statutes, are more closer to the unilateral principle. So that's a difference. But nonetheless, sorry, I think I'm going much over time, but I will just finish with still the limitation convention has importance. The limitation convention applies only to international sale of goods, while the unilateral principles applies only to, it applies to more broader international commercial contracts as well. And since the unilateral principles is a soft law, the applicability of the principles it can be an issue. The applicability of the limitation convention is provided in the convention itself, so it is a binding principle. But there are some rooms of doubt for the unilateral principles as well. And one last point: why did Anstral first take up the question of limitation period? That is because in those days, in the 1970s, the limitation periods in domestic law were like 20 years, 30 years, very long. That is too long for international commercial sales, and it had to be shortened. I think that was a major reason that the limitation period was taken up. And since those days, domestic limitation periods has become shorter, like 2 years, 3 years, depending upon the country. What that means is that under domestic limitation period law, there will be more claims that will be barred by the limitation period compared to the days when the limitation period was 20 years. So still, I think that the limitation convention has value because it provides a uniform rule on a limitation convention, and there are more room that it will be applied than in the 1970s. So with that, I will finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sono. We have still 5 minutes, so if Professor Castellani wants to add something, because I know he cannot stay longer, and then if the other has to add something to what has been said, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to reply in English to thank Hiro Sono for his detailed discussion of the uniform text on the limitation convention. As I mentioned before, this is particularly timely because this year marks the 50th anniversary. And let me add that many of us know that it's important to remember that the father of Professor Sono, Professor Kazuaki Sono, was also the secretary of ANCITRAL and also the chair of ANCITRAL at another time. was instrumental in drafting and promoting that convention. And I would, again, I'm sorry I'm not with you. I think I said many things before. I don't want to take too much of your time now. Thanks again to Alfredo, to the University of Pavia, to Anne, the CSG Advisory Council, and everyone who is with us. I hope to meet you in person soon. Thanks again.
Anyone else wants to add something or?
Just to mention that since the legal guide is a live instrument in the sense that it's flexible enough to be, renew, modify, amended, please invite me. That's the only one, the only thing. Thank you.
Ferrante for the closing remarks.
So I know that you are tired, so just a few minutes, really few minutes to again tell you thanks, grazie, thanks to be here, to the generosity of Advisory Council of CIG. I'm really happy that Pavia University of Pavia, Department of Law, host all this week some activities, also with the help of Center Bonacosa, Cesare Bonacosa, and also with the help of some institution. Also, association, alumni of Institut Droit de Comparé, Institut Suisse Droit Comparé, can help us to make dissemination about this conference and intensive School of Advanced Study. Well, we can speak about more topics, but we are tired, and you will find, hopefully, in a book published soon, because the generosity of the Advisory Council is also that to publish an unpublished chapter. So I think that there will be a new history in the law, will be a change of legal mentality, because it will be a fusion with, between food law and CIG. Will be a new path that we can discover soon, and we will start to analyze in relationship with Agenda 2030, with, as Professor Piral tell us, in relationship with a new lex mercatoria related to climate change and so on. We need to analyze the relationship between culture and food. We can analyze environmental clauses in the next contracts. We will analyze ESG contractual clauses. We can analyze the really problem of labeling, the packaging of food law, the green labeling. We have lots of questions to analyze. So I think that a new really legal path related to CIG from Pavia will start. Only just to remember that I'm really happy that I think that this week can make history in Pavia, because Pavia was the first university in Italy that hosts Advisory Council of CIG, because of a legal opinion. The number 1 revised was approved the past Monday in Pavia. So we have a Pavia opinion. We have the presentation of Italian authorized guide, tripartite guide. We have a brotherhood between the college, because 3 colleges help together to analyze this. So really thanks to Collegio del Maino, Giasone del Maino, Collegio Ghislieri, and Collegio Cairoli. And I'm so happy that the person I hosted could live the college experience. So remember this. I think that from Pavia we will have a new change of legal mentality, a new path related with CIG. Really thanks. Buonasera e buon divertimento stasera.